Alright. Well, I think it's close enough to 1 o'clock anyway to get started. So, hello and welcome to Let's Stream Twin Shot Deluxe. I'm MCFPapa and this is part number 2. The first ever 2-part live stream I've ever done. History is being made. In this part, I'm gonna at least complete all of the brand new Atlantis levels. I'm not promising I'll be able to go through all of the old legacy levels this part. We'll just have to see what my mood is like. But I will try to at least do as many of them as I can. Like, make as far progress as I am able to. Man, a lot of other stuff yet to unlock. I wonder though, like, is this actually cumulative? Like, if you have all of these on, it just essentially, like, increases the overall chances of getting the power-ups, or if it actually is specific. So, like, if you're only meant to choose like one to amplify. I don't know. I maybe will test that on my own time at some point. This time though, I'm feeling like doing the Spartan. I'm not too sure how I feel about the Spartan skin, you know. I get what they wanted to do. They wanted to have them all be the same art style, but it would have been kind of funny if they just shamelessly reused the original double-edged sprites for this. Oh yeah, I was just looking before to see that, yeah, I have the original stuff all unlocked, but first, of course, it's time to get on to the brand new world they made specifically for this game. A forgotten and powerful threat emerges from the ocean depths. This is our last stand. Get it? I think they say it's a forgotten threat, like just making a joke about how it wasn't in the original Twin Shots. Anyway, here we are. There's something similar to the laser, or the lizards from the Hades section, but instead it's just spewing bubbles. Oh, and the water really pushes you around too. Do the bubbles even hurt me? I got hit by the one. I didn't notice any damage. Ooh. A snake block that's actually got like snake carvings on it. That's pretty funny. Huh. Ooh, I really like all the fish animation going on in the background with them swimming around. Okay. Oh, the double-edged guys have their own sound effect too for getting hit. So I guess these squids just like jump at angles and that. Boy. Just, I have a feeling the, like, water is gonna be very annoying at some parts of the game, like, of this world. And in the background, there's mer cows and mer horses. Interesting choice. Ooh. Got spike balls that even, like, constantly respawn. Huh. And pufferfish that spew water out when they die. I guess just as one final annoyance to really mess with you. Huh. Okay. Well, already though, they're introducing a bunch of really fun and unique mechanics. So I'm really hopeful that, like, the whole world will have, like, a similar amount of new, like, enemies and such as the other worlds. But, oh, I focus on the pufferfish and then forget about the spike balls. Yeah, I've decided to implement a 3 strikes policy where if there are 3 levels that I find very annoying to complete, especially with only 2 hearts, then I'm gonna put 3 hearts on. Because like I said yesterday, I think the 2 heart policy, like, by default is good for if you're in multiplayer, but in single player it seems a bit too harsh. Ah. Man. Like, the water just really pushes me around. And then I accidentally jump into the pufferfish, which just makes it even more awkward. It's good theming though, having, like, spiked pufferfish and spiked ball hazards in the same level. Like, I'll give them credit for that. Okay. Now just to survive until the coins despawn. Ugh. Ooh, what the heck are these vents? Nothing, I guess. Just decoration. Like, I feel like these fish enemies have to be a reference to Bubble Bobble in some form. You know, just like the whole game is kind of a reference to Bubble Bobble. Hey! You can bounce on the bubbles at least, so that's cool. Alright, can I just stay here and be safe? I implemented a similar sort of strategy a lot of times in Nitro Must Die's levels with the pink octopuses. Just camp in a spot where it's safe and then hit them from a distance. Of course, key there is just don't miss the actual enemies when you're firing at them. That's kind of important. Okay. I wonder though, like, could this be, like, considered Twin Shot 3? I mean, maybe, even though it's only 50 levels, when Twin Shot 2 had 150, or 100 levels in it. But I mean, it basically follows the criteria of how large a Flash game needed to be like viewed as its own sequel. You know, Flash game standards for games were a lot smaller than most modern game sizes, I guess, but I think it should still count. Again, though, yet another new enemy type introduced in this world, you know? Already showing a wide variety. I wonder if this is just they want to introduce all the enemies early, or if even in some of the later levels there'll also be major new enemies introduced. It's kind of funny, the Mer Horse and Mer Bull in the background of this world. Alright, I guess the challenge here is just hitting the spike guy. Huh? Oh, is it you need to be head on with the guy? And like if he's turning, then it'll just bounce off? I'm not sure. It'd be funny if the, like, water spewing out actually, like, flooded levels, so there was, like, swimming mechanics introduced to some of them. Wow, 17 whole gold on that. Really great, isn't it? Oh. Got some of the angry guys again. That's a bit strange, you know, they didn't use them at all in the, like, good levels, at least the remade good levels, but now they're using them here in Atlantis. Ah. That's clever, having the, like, intermittent, like, water stream going. You know? So, even in the totally original levels, they still have some very creative level design. You know, I'm having a lot of fun so far. Ooh, what are these guys? Well, they are tough to hit. How do you hit him? Ah. Boy. Quite tough. Just because they fire fireballs so fast. Well, thankfully there are only 2 hits, not 3. You know, that's one positive, I'll say. Huh. I guess maybe the guys can, like, emerge at any wall? Is that their deal? Ugh. Just fire a bit too fast, if you ask me. Especially given that the fireballs will burn your arrows away. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Oh, I guess if you charge them, kinda, they'll despawn but not fire. Yeah, that might be the strategy for them, is you gotta charge at them more. Or just get lucky with the arrow shots. That works too, I guess. Ugh. Yeah, I think buying so much from the store just boosts overall power-up frequency. You know, I think it's cumulative, so like each of the power-up types gets more and more. I really, though, don't want to actually go down below the crumble blocks, because it seems quite hard to hit any enemies from down below like that. especially with the water flowing, pushing you all over. Now it would be kind of funny if the water actually put out the fire arrows, but maybe that would be a bit too annoying. I don't know. Oh. Well, I probably should have paid attention to the level that spike balls were gonna drop before going through it and running right into them. That even makes it a bit tough to hit the enemies, because the spike balls will destroy the arrows. Okay, well, not too bad at least. Ah. Oh man. Yeah, just so annoying with the fireballs yet. Alright, but when it's a wide open area like this, it seems a lot easier than in the other level that had him. Oh, these guys! Those are original enemies. Oh, where were they? I know they were in some of the original levels. I think they were in the original version of Hell. I think that's where they were. So that's a bit strange that they totally cut him out of the original, or the reworked Hades levels. But I guess they figured it would fit better in a water setting, since they're like slime droplets or whatever. Yeah. And I mean, I guess I didn't miss them too much, because I didn't even notice they were missing when I played the reworked Hades yesterday. Still a bit strange. You give good coins at least. I'll say that for him. Alright, there's dark creatures that have horses. Good for them. I'm not sure what that does. And what does this do? Oh. They don't really seem to do much, like, to actually directly attack me. Ah, but they take a lot of hits. And even in a cloud, it's kind of hard to hit him. Yeah, kind of weird though, having like rain clouds, because I don't think any actual enemies seem affected by water in any way. Oh, maybe it's if they're vertical, you can't hit them, only if they're moving horizontally. That might be it. Yeah, I bet that's it with these guys. Very interesting though, having like a small constrained level like this. Huh. Oh hey, the shield guys return. So, I mean, that's cool that at least they are giving more mileage to some of the other enemy types too, you know? It's not just all brand new stuff, though at least there is still a lot of brand new to go along with the old. Boy, the current is strong. Alright. More new enemies. Oh. They've got like a bubble shield or something. Oh no, they're just immune in water. Okay. You know, really creative in that. Do you die in the bonus levels? I think you can. Not exactly making it easy with all these spikes and such in it. Oh, I guess maybe what I should have done is at least purchase a way to get a new hat. Oh, I guess it's toxic, so you can only be in it for a short period of time. Guess that's what the purple water is. Well, isn't this the strategy though? Just go up the walls? Yeah. Well, at least it seems somewhat generous with the timing for the poison slime. Boy. Gotta be very careful with the crumble blocks here. And I also gotta remember to actually shoot the arrow properly to hit the guy. It's also very important. Oh, if there's no water, I guess you just remain cursed all the time. Well, am I able to even hit the guy clear across like this? Oh, I think I might. Yeah. But there's no chance of me hitting him here. Not when he's so high up. Oh, well, maybe if I don't jump into the other side. Oh, I'm just noticing there's like these holes for decoration. I guess those are supposed to show the spawn point for the dragons. Really? Okay. Oh, come on. You know, when they're moving in a diagonal fashion like that, it's just so easy to get hit by them. Imagine though if they added away like a mode where you could actually just jump on enemies. Oh, and it sounds like they actually do have the double-edged, like, death sound effect, but it seems very muted. Man. Oh. Looks like the one squid got a bit stuck there. Okay. Good. Level completed. Alright, well now that it's halfway through, I will swap to the red plumed Spartan. Ah, electric squid now. And they take multiple hits. Okay. You know, you'd think they'd only electrify the actual metal tiles, but I guess they can do all of them. All right. Oh, that could be insanely annoying, you know, having the actual bounce pads electrified. But at the least with the bouncy tiles, it means that the arrows can also bounce pretty good. Okay. Alright. Boy. Sorry I wasn't talking there. I just needed to focus on these electric dragons. Man. So how about that? 3 whole different dragon enemy types they made for Atlantis. Quite impressive. Ah. Well, now that was an insanely easy level, but I did enjoy it quite a lot, that you just shut the water off and then can rapid fire the fish enemies. Okay, well what happens when then it'll start pouring. Okay. You just gotta be very careful, I guess. Just shoot what you can and then fall back and regroup. And just to mess with you a bit, they make it so when it's really low, the poison will actually fire further away. Like, see, now it goes in this tile too. Now that's funny. In a funnily cruel sort of way, you know. That's something Nitrome was very good at, is just thinking of ways to kind of mess with players at certain sections. Well, here they seem to be following a proper pattern on them. So I guess I'll just wait here. You know, where it's more safe. I say as I get hit. Yeah, that's a level where it's much harder at the start than it is at the end. You know, the more enemies you take out. Wow, 3 coins that time. Boy, that really helped me. Yeah, like these dark creatures on the horses, they don't seem to be like very direct with their attacks. Oh, but I think they do have the attack like the pitchfork guys from Hades, where they stab up and down. I will say the horses are very cute. You know, I really like these little horsey sprites they made. I don't like getting confused by the screen wrapping and then winding up getting hit. That's something I don't like quite so much. And then I run into Spike Ball. Alright. Success. Some level designs, you know, I just gotta laugh because they seem so weird. Here's a bunch of like enemies, and they're all on crumble blocks. You know, I will say I appreciate the effort for making symmetrical levels in this game. Seem to really love doing that. Ah, almost got him. There. Okay. Oh, you can actually get hurt by the bubbles. Well, that's news to me. I guess the challenge here, though, is just if you fall in the poison water, you're pretty much guaranteed dead. You know, I don't think their bubbles can cure poison. Oh, hey! They even brought back some of these guys. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do. I guess... No, it's not high enough now to eliminate him. Okay. I see. Hey! There's actually a strategic reason to do that, so the fish will cure your poison damage. Yeah, very creative level design in this world. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. this actually seems fairly easy. Yeah. Huh. I'll take it. But yeah, those green dragons there weren't much of a threat. Oh. Gotta watch out for despawning arrows. And gotta watch out for these horses too. And the spikes. Spikes are important to watch out and avoid. I almost died there at the end. Oh, hey, Roamer. Yeah, it's basically, the, like, Bubble Bobble. If you've ever played the classic NES game Bubble Bobble, I don't know how many people have or know about it, but yeah, you just have a bunch of little puzzles and gotta deal with the various enemies. Like, for example, these fish guys are ones that, if they're in water or touching water, it'll make them strong, and then you can't eliminate them. But there in that level, it was actually like a hazard picking up the cloud, because then it would make it water spread on him. Oh, there's fans. I was wondering why I jumped so high all of a sudden. Alright, now this level has to be a reference to the classic Nitrome game Sky Serpents, you know, which was all about slaying the great Sky Serpent beasts and then avoiding hazards on them, such as spikes like this. It's quite funny, though, that like they would reference a game like that. Okay, okay, what was that? Alright, well, it was a classic, like, NES and that game. Also in the arcade, it was like one of the early, really big arcade games, I think, too. And because Nitrome are, like, all about, like, classic NES games, you know, because that's what those developers grew up with. They love including, like, references and that. So I think this game was really intended as an homage to that sort of era. Oh, thank you. Oh, no. Now it decides to not get in the thing. Oh, boy. Just one little enemy. How annoying could it be? The answer is very. Oh, I guess because the horses are, like, they stab upwards, so that's why they're staying low and being annoying. I don't know. Like, I could do this, but I don't know what it really accomplishes. Because that gets the guy up, but then he'll just accelerate at the speed of light. Oh, maybe that's it. You gotta, like, stab the side and then go up higher and lure him. Not falling directly into the spike pit either is probably smart. Alright. Now, to just survive till the coins despawn. Boy. Yeah, overall though, I'd say this is, like, definitely an amazing, like, level pack and really solid. You know, really makes me appreciate the collection even more than I already was. And anyway, speaking of Bubble Bobble, the whole thing with that is that you are two dragons and you would fire bubbles and then you would eliminate enemies that way. And here in this game, there are these enemies that are spitting bubbles out all over, and it's gotta be meant as a reference to Bubble Bobble. Oh. Well, that actually makes it a lot easier, I guess. I managed to get him to jump up. I say as I get hit by him. Yeah, but just what's great about this game is that, like, yeah, it's about eliminating all the enemies in each level, but there's just so much good enemy variety in it, and there's a lot of different, like, designs. Like, some of them are more like action combat level designs, and then there's stuff like this, which is more of a puzzle. You gotta just figure out what to do and not get bounced up into a spike ball. Yeah, I don't know what my mood was like yesterday, but just the Hades levels were just very annoying to me. But these so far are quite a bit better, I'd say, overall. Ah. Yeah, who'd have thought that the bubble dragons could actually be somewhat tough? They weren't for most of this level pack, but here near the end they managed to make a tough level with them. Alright. Oh, I almost died there because I didn't pay attention to the bubble. Yeah, I'd say the fire dragons are definitely the worst kind of dragon. You know, just constantly firing at you, and their fireballs even burn my arrows. Well, I got one at least. And then I fall on it. Yeah. Two hearts just isn't enough, I don't think, for a lot of this. Like, it'd be different doing 4-player, you know, then, you know, I think the levels would actually be a bit too easy if there were 4 people at once. Well, unless friendly fire's on, then it probably wouldn't be that easy to do. I'm not sure what I'm standing on there. Oh, I guess the fish fountain. Strange. Ah. See, now there, it shouldn't be level failed. It should be level drawed, because I managed to eliminate all the enemies. But it just doesn't count unless you manage to eliminate all enemies while also avoiding getting hit before the end screen pops up. At least so far, they've only had like 2 dragons at once most of the time. They haven't tried something crazy like having like 4 or 6 in a single level. That might be a bit too much. Okay. Just gotta get the timing right. And hopefully not get fireballed. Good. Success. Oh! I get the puzzle here. It's just there's the poison water, and so you gotta keep the platform raised solid so it doesn't spill out. Okay. Oh. Using the screen warp to get after me. Oh, of course it has to be the red versions that mutate and stomp around. I was figuring there's no way this level is just 2 little dark critters this late into the game. Probably shouldn't have activated both of them at once. Well, that's my bad on it. Sheesh. Some of these, though, you really can't, I don't think, strategize very much and actually, like, aim and shoot properly. You just gotta, like, fire as many arrows as possible and hope for the best. Alright. mean, it's a cool subversion the first time you play a level and the guy mutates, but after a while it gets a bit predictable, you know? Like, even just here, after respawning, there's no surprise that the guy turned red. I don't know how I didn't get hit there. You know, sometimes there's actually quite generous hitboxes. Alright, I'm saying this is strike one for the levels where I'm just getting a bit too annoyed at only having 2 hearts. So just 2 more annoying levels and I'll bump the heart count to 3. Actually, seems like going on the ground is a good strategy to hit him. Of course, you also need to not just run into them like an idiot. That's kind of important. Huh. Did a double mutation, which would have been cool if I hadn't died. See? Oh, but the problem going on the ground is then the spike balls will block arrow shots. Yeah, the red guys, though, their power is just smashing, which I think is how it was in the original, but I thought they more stunned in the original, whereas here it just makes it so your controls are, you can't jump as much. Yeah, I'm not sure though if they needed to make the red guys take 3 hits even after mutating. Just seems a bit much, if you ask me. Ah. I'll get it eventually. Boy. And then there's some times where I have no idea how my arrows didn't land on an enemy. Ah. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to the classic levels that use these enemy types a lot more than the reworked, remade level layouts did. I think here the issue is there's just not very many good angles where you can stand and actually shoot an arrow and aim it properly at him. Sometimes the dark creatures can just jump exactly where you are too. Oh, because I got stunned. Then there's the current to worry about. Hey, I got one of them. Alright, I think one more hit. Okay. Finally. Oh boy. I gotta take a very quick break and just take a drink of water to relax after that. Whew. Who says a pixel art game can't be high octane stressful at some points? At least it can for me. This time though, wow, they move fast in their clouds, but it is just 3 dark creatures. Okay. Whew. 7 minutes on one level, yeah. And then the next one just takes me a few seconds. I can easily do it first try. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to reach, am I? No. Ah. Just so annoying with the poison blocks. Poison blobs. Like, see? Wasn't enough time, because I got poisoned. There. Alright. At least it's just one. I'll say that much. At least it's just the one. Oh. Yeah. Poison got me. Ha! Got one at least. Well, I'm gonna get a hit. I think the strategy though is to, like, yeah, leap of faith it. Like that. Okay. And then you go see a level layout you just gotta laugh at because it's so ridiculous. Boy. Not hard, thankfully. But just kinda silly. At least I expected it to be a lot harder than what it turned out to be. And how about this? Using the original Twin Shot elephant enemies. You know? You know, that's what I love about the new content, is it not only, like, adds a bunch of new enemies, but it also, like, took a bunch of ones from the Flash originals and, like, gave them a bit more mileage. Yeah, that's something I really hope they do with Skywire, is because there are so many enemies in Skywire 1 and 2 that barely had any use. And it's just funny that they would do this sort of level 2 this late in the game. And I hate myself for getting hit right there at the start of the level. Oh, by the way, I'm asking you, Roamer, since you're one of the few subscribers who regularly tunes into my streams, is Sunday a better day for streaming for you in terms of you being more likely to be able to watch it? I was like clipping through the block there. Hey, I got the shield. I think it blocks all damage. Well, oh, 'cause I got the blue heart. Oops. Alright, well, I was just wondering, because, I mean, I enjoy streaming, but it just feels so awkward when no one tunes in. You know, I think that's a big part of why I was getting so frustrated yesterday with the game, is because I didn't have someone to talk to and, like, bounce off of and such, so then the levels just became a lot more frustrating because I had to focus all my hate, all my anger out on the levels, whereas if someone's watching, you know, I'm a bit more self-conscious. I don't want to get super angry and upset. Just like how, I mean, I use way too much profanity when playing a video game and getting upset at it when I'm in private, but I think the worst I've ever said in, like, one of my recorded videos is just damn. I don't think I've done anything worse than that. But I say that as like this level's going on and I'm borderline calling it Strike 2 for the game this late into it. Just a lot to keep track of though. You know, you gotta worry about spikes up top and then also spikes down below. See, that was a beautiful, perfectly executed shot. And then I landed on spikes and messed it all up. Ah. Just 4 more levels to go in Atlantis, counting this one. And it's giving me trouble. Alright, I'll officially call it. This is Strike 2 for the game. Ooh, now this could be very useful if I can manage to keep it. Having piercing damage. Alright. Honestly, might be good to just have a few like rounds of just staying up here without worrying about the enemies or jumping down and trying to go for them. Just missed the one lower elephant guy. I don't know what their official name is. They have kind of elephant ears, so I call them elephant guys. But honestly, I guess you could call them anything and it would make as much sense. Oh boy, coins. I really needed a bunch of coins. I will say though, I love the music here in Atlantis. Like, they did a great job with the background music. You know, shout out the game's composer, Dave Cohen. You know, I love the sort of... I don't know what it reminds me of, but I've heard this sort of sound before. You know, it's kind of echoey, like you're under a submarine. And I guess judging from the background here in the Twin Shot world, and I guess the whole Nitrome expanded universe, Atlantis is like this biodome thing. Because it looks like there's glass keeping the city dry. Oh, hey! You're just in time to see me struggling here with level 47. Oh. Just one more. There we go. Alright. Success. On to level 48. Oh, that's cool. I'm using each type of dragon. Kinda reminiscent of that one level in Bad Ice Cream that uses each type of the octopus or squid or whatever enemies. 9 minutes for 47. Well, hopefully not as much. I say as I immediately die here on this level. Well, I'll take super speed, I guess. It really doesn't seem to be very useful. You know? Because it's not firing speed increasing. It just makes your movement speed increase, which makes everything a bit slippery. Oh, you can blow up the goo pile yourself. Okay. Well, that's helpful, I guess. Ah. Yeah, I just gotta calm down and take it slow. And not have my arrows burned up by the stupid, annoying red dragon. Well, while you're watching Luke Smith, I wanted to ask you yesterday, but I forgot. Are there any Nitrome games you'd like to see me let's play? Sooner rather than later. Already I've got the schedule for the rest of the year sorted. I'm gonna be doing Nitrome Must Die, and then the Bad Ice Cream trilogy. But if there are any other games that you love and would love to see me do a let's play of, feel free to ask. Whew. I have a feeling this is going to be another 9-minute one. Yeah, the green dragon really isn't much of a threat at all. You know? Especially here where there's enough room to comfortably avoid poison. Like there's a bunch of water. Alright. Red one's down. Green one's down. Yellow's down. Ooh, I get the nerfed love arrows. Yay. Oh, man. The penultimate level. Let's see. A crumble dragon. Well, that's interesting. If only they had the original love arrows for this, then it would really be easy. Well, at least here you can kinda move around like vertically to dodge enemies. Quite creative though, literally the last normal level in the pack, and they introduce a new mechanic not seen anywhere else in the game. I mean, it's an evolution of the regular snake mechanic, but still. Alright, well, let's see. Okay. I guess this is... I don't know what he's supposed to be. Oh, but yeah. Gotta just hit him by climbing up the walls, I guess. Oh, probably you gotta wait, I'm assuming, till he... yeah. Yeah, it just spins around uselessly. And I forget to notice the despawning arrow. Okay. But again, like I said yesterday, it's just so cool having like unique artwork they made specially for each of these bosses. You know? Like, I love this, like, throne artwork. He just spits out water, too. Alright, well, this guy seems fairly simple. Assuming I hit him in the eye and then don't fall into the spikes. And anyway, to your comment, I would love to do Icebreaker: A Viking Voyage in a series, but I have no real way of recording that, and that's a huge issue for it. Twang, I'll definitely do. Off the Rails, I don't really like very much, but because you've requested it, I will do an Off the Rails series. Yeah, your comments are showing up. Yeah, that's something Romer can tell you all about, because Romer loves commenting on all my Mystery Case Files related videos, because he's just so passionate about it, but then YouTube thinks he's a spammer because he comments so much, so sometimes it auto hides them. Very annoying. But anyway, so hopefully, probably sometime early next year, I'll start uploading Twang and Off the Rails just for you, Luke Smith. But if they ever did Icebreaker: A Viking Voyage port for PC, that would be an instant day one buy for me, and I'd also do a big live stream of it too. That would take me a lot more than just a few parts though, even streaming. Alright, well, I will maybe look into that then to see how well it runs, because I mean, in the past I tried looking into that, but just phone emulation was just awful for me. But if it does work, then I'll try recording it. Ah, no. There we go. His crown is shattered and he explodes. Feel like there should have been an explosion sound effect to it. We rise up from the depths victorious, but not unscathed. We take this gift, its divine power, keeping our kin safe from harm for generations to come. Alright. Well, how about that for an ending? And I agree, you know, Icebreaker Viking Voyage Deluxe probably would sell very well. So I hope Nitrome does it. The only thing that I think might kind of hold it back is that you can't really do a Switch version of the game because it relies... Well, I guess you could with the touchscreen, but that would have to be like Switch 2 mouse controls would be more suited to it. Anyway, so now got everything unlocked. Just gotta spend. I should probably have enough coins to be able to unlock everything. But even just if you don't do the legacy levels, you know, they still designed it so you can afford most of the unlocks in the game. Well, since I did all the others, yeah, so now I'll do the silly sausage guy. Why did they choose silly sausage of all characters from Nitrome to come back? Like, Yoke from Weekday, pretty popular game. Also Super Weekday. Strawberry, Bad Ice Cream, insanely popular Nitrome game. Bomb Chicken, pretty popular game, and they probably chose Bomb Chicken because it's a character that other people might be more familiar with since it was released on so many platforms. Austin and Justin from Nitrome Must Die, very popular Nitrome game. And then the Spartans from Double Edged, which Double Edged is fairly popular, but it's also a reference to how it was in the original. Yeah, that's probably it. But I mean, man, I wish they would have chosen someone better than Silly Sausage, you know. But yes, Luke Smith, that's the amazing thing about this game, is they have like all the remade levels for 200 levels worth, you know, 150 remade and reworked from the originals, and one entirely brand new, and then even a randomized mode. But if I hit triangle, then you can do the classic levels, so you can do the ones from Twin Shot, and they even included the original title screen artwork, that like it was in the Flash game. And then you can do the Heaven levels from Twin Shot 2 and the Hell levels. And then randomize those two. I'm not sure if the random only randomizes like the Legacy levels together or the modern ones. But anyway, oh, I should also point out, I do very much appreciate that Nitrome actually put in the effort to have PlayStation button prompts in this game, you know, for my knockoff DualShock 4 controller to use. You know, they really didn't need to. They weren't even planning on porting the game to PlayStation. Maybe they will at some point in the future, but anyway, so I've officially completed the game, but now I'm gonna do the original levels from Twin Shot, and hopefully maybe the Heaven and Hell ones too, just see how I feel about it. But anyway, here's original 1. Oh, they put borders. Well, that's a clever workaround for having the different screen size, I guess. Huh. And at least, though, with the original levels, it still plays a lot smoother due to the enhancements they made for Deluxe. And also, you know, you get the enhanced detailed sprite work too, like the enhanced slime art. Though it just feels weird, you know, doing a level like that where they had built it to have one of those text signs and explaining what the heck to do, and now they don't. Yeah, but I mean, it's cool because you can see how some of the remade levels were very similar. Like this one is very similar to the one in the remade Acropolis world. No, Hell should be remastered anyway. I mean, I did the remade versions yesterday. I didn't really like the remade Hades levels very much. Like, that's the one rare, like, negative I have with the game. Is I think maybe they could have done a bit better job with the remake. Okay. Plus, I guess you get, in these, you get access to the new power-ups too. I wonder, did they remake the bonus levels here? Oh, well, I'm an idiot. I got the bonus things, so therefore I couldn't actually tell. Okay, I got the size down power up. Is that available only in the original, like, levels? Because I didn't get it at all doing the other remade ones. Huh. Yeah, I think this is, like, exclusive. Well, that's cool. Or maybe did I buy it in the shop? I might have bought it. Imagine though if they had at least put the original love arrows in this classic mode. I guess they did add some stuff to the game. Oh yeah, in the original Twin Shot there was actually like level scrolling because the levels were too big for the screen resolution. But that's interesting, in the remade levels none of them had that. They were always the size to perfectly fit the screen. I guess just different priorities. And because these levels were designed for 3 hearts instead of 2, you know, I'm carrying over my 2 strikes from the Atlantis world, so if there's really annoying level at some point, I will unashamedly switch to 3 hearts. I feel less guilty, you know, doing 3 hearts here, because that's what they were made for originally. Nah. It seems like though the dark creature with the helmets bounce around a lot more. Oh yeah, didn't those only trigger if you did the random like level setting? Yeah, I'll definitely check out the random mode to see if maybe it's included. Oh yeah, here the level design was to make the, like, Illuminati triangle, I think, is what they were going for there. Oh yeah, you know, there's so many classic, like, level designs I remember from this, you know? So that's the good thing, though, about this game, is that if you're a purist who much prefers the original, like, games, you have the option to play the original games, just slightly enhanced. Yeah, I'm not sure why the heck they decided to not go through with Flightless. Like, I noticed though that Bomb Chicken did have a fair number of similarities in its level design, but it is weird that they didn't do, like, ever go through with it. Like, they did that back in, like, 2012, I think. and it was meant to be their first ever Nitrome game, and then they just, like, first ever one on Steam, and then they just decided to not go through with it, and then it wouldn't be for 7 more years before they released the game on Steam. Very strange. Just like it's so strange how Super Feed Me seemed to have a lot of work done for it, and it was meant to be their first big major mobile game, and then they just canceled it and never bothered to make it. I noticed though the level design here is a lot more like compartmentalized, I guess is the right word. You know, where there's a lot smaller of an area to deal with enemies at certain points. But then there's like this, like the big blue guy is like not a threat at all. Yeah, I agree. Like, for me, a perfect version of Icebreaker, a Viking Voyage Deluxe, is they just take the 4 original, like, mobile game level packs, and then they just make 3 new level packs, remaking the levels from the Flash games, you know, Icebreaker, then Red Clan, and The Gathering, and just combined it all into one big package. You know, like, on Discord, they said they were thinking more about remaking the original Flash game separately, and I hope they don't do that, because, like, the Icebreaker or Viking Voyage's physics are so good, you know? They managed to nail the feeling of, like, the slicing and, like, making it feel like it was really, like, slippery ice flowing down. While in the original Flash games, it was kinda choppy. Plus, then they also added a bunch of fun extras, you know, the par to go for, and the other secret coins and that. Yeah. As real as, like, ice physics can feel, you know? It just feels really good. Oh yeah, like, in the remade version of the Twin Shot stuff, I think it was only 1 level, if I remember, in the remade version that actually had this mechanic of the blue guy is able to throw the black guys around. So that's very strange they didn't, like, include it more. I don't know, maybe they felt like they wanted to do more original stuff, you know, more interesting, like, usage of the enemies and that, because they figured since the original layouts are also included, you can just do them. I don't know. Like, I'd say even these shield guys didn't get very much use in the remake. Yeah, I mean, I do still enjoy the Flash games somewhat. I mean, I did Let's Plays of them, and they were one of my earlier Let's Play series I did. But yeah, like, it's just kinda wonky. You know, prime for improvement though. Like, imagine if they not only like overhauled and remade the level designs from the Flash games, but also included the original as a bonus too, so there would be just an absolutely gigantic amount of icebreaker content in the game. Oh, I hope so anyway. You know, at least with how well, you know, Twin Shot Deluxe has done in just the few like days it's done, that gives me a lot of hope that they'll greenlight a lot more remakes, like another second wave, and just go all in. I think they're already kind of doing that, because like John has hinted on Discord that the team who was working on this has already like chosen their next project to do. That's not Silly Sausage, and it's not Skywire. So I'm not sure what it'll be. I mean, from the hints, it kind of seems like it'll be Bad Ice Cream. I mean, that seems like such an obvious one to do, you know, with how massively popular Bad Ice Cream was. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of Nitrome's game library has not aged particularly well. You know, like, I love the games and the gameplay concepts in them, but they're just a bit rough around the edges sometimes. Oh yeah, they'll get all the crowd in for Cosmic Cannon Deluxe. I kinda do hope, though, if they get around to doing a Cheese Dreams collection, they do include Cosmic Cannon, just as a fun little extra, and maybe actually improve it to be more enjoyable for more than like 5 minutes. Oh, I have a spreadsheet, you know, keeping track of all the series I've done and all the Nitrome games yet to do. And in total, there's, I believe, 160 some Nitrome games they made themselves. And then there's also like about a dozen or so flat games that are ones they published, mostly on mobile. But yeah, there's a lot of them. And of course, I decided to make the insane goal of doing a Let's Play of every single one of them. And I will get to that goal eventually. But man, it just takes a while. Even though, like, the majority of their library is just Flash games. Yeah, well, you'll see. I guess this is kind of a spoiler for when my Let's Plays are uploaded, but, yeah, I didn't really. I was never a Bad Ice Cream fan, really. And playing them finally, they are kind of fun. I do really enjoy some of the mechanics in them. Like, I love in Bad Ice Cream 3, the UFO, like, stuff, or some of the enemies or puzzles in some of the levels, but, yeah, like, Bad Ice Cream 1, like, I really don't understand how, it became as popular as it did. Like, at least with Bad Ice Cream 2 and 3, they had a lot better level design, so I can kind of understand it. At least, but Bad Ice Cream 1, no, not really. But I mean, even in some of these original levels, the level design is just a bit wonky. You know, I think though, like, John is a bit too hard on himself, or the Nitrome team. Like, I wouldn't really call these original level designs bad, really. They're a bit wonky and that, but they're still very fun to go through. Yeah, I saw that, and that was such a shocker for me to learn that, like, there's basically this whole Flash game sequel to Hot Air Jr. that's, according to them, like, basically 100% finished, and then they never released it. Like, why? You know? Like, I really don't like the original Hot Air, like, at all. But I really liked Hot Air Jr. So it's just strange that they had a much better version of the game. But just very strange. And I mean, it makes sense to do, like, remakes on... Oh, you have... like, it's an actual full-on trailer for the game? I didn't realize that it was a full trailer. I thought it was just text. They accidentally, like, uploaded an actual thing? Well, I'd love to check that out. So, either if you could leave a comment, link in, or no, you can't, because I have links turned off. Well, if possible, could you send me an email with a link to that trailer so I could watch it? I didn't realize there was something like that. I thought it was just that the game itself had been, like, unused. Okay, now... Alright, I guess that's the strategy. You just gotta, like, spam arrows. And then do it. I'm surprised though they were like actually like considering working on Hot Air Junior 2 back then, you know? Like 2021, that's far after the other Hot Airs, you know, and all their Flash games in general. Hey, the bomb actually came in handy to do 2 enemies at once. And something else though I noticed, you know, in the remade level designs, they really didn't have much vertical scrolling in levels like this, you know, where it's mostly open and the top and bottom of the screen loop around. Wow, like I didn't realize that so many details like that were publicly available about it, but like, yeah, that's just weird how it's something like they had like all the work done on it. Why didn't they release it? I mean, maybe it was that Flash was like dying, and so they felt like it wouldn't be worth it. Like they wouldn't get enough money because not enough people were playing Flash anymore. But just very strange. Speaking of strange, there's this level, and I accidentally helped the guy jump out. Alright. Oh boy, first introduction of the mouth. And if you had like asked me to say when the mouth was introduced, I would have said it was a Twin Shot 2 enemy. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it does make sense for the Nitrome Classics to have been planned for a while. Honestly, like, Gunbrick Reloaded kind of fits the bill of one of the Nitrome Classics, you know? It's got new content, and, like, it's porting a mobile game to a lot wider of a release. So it's not stuck on mobile. So that might have been like their first prototype wanting to do it. But then I think because Gunbrick Reloaded didn't sell very well. But yeah, I really do want to check it out, so if you're able to email me the link, you can find my email in my channel section. I guess I can just say it. I mean, I don't really care. It's MCFPapa15 at outlook.com. Probably shouldn't have said it on stream, but oh well, I did. Deal with it. Alright, my Discord's LukeFSJE2, so if you wanna DM me, you can do that too. Man, I'm giving out all my socials. Oh, this level was relatively unchanged from the original. I mean, it's funny being big, but it also is kinda tougher. Alright, well, no worries. You don't need to do it today, just sometime. I'd love to see it and check it out. Oh, yeah. See, this level, it's just a puzzle to even figure out how the heck you get up an area. Yeah, but I mean, for being 2009 era Flash, I think the level designs hold up pretty well. Maybe they aren't perfect or anything, but they're still quite enjoyable. Because it's still the great classic Twin Shot gameplay. Alright, got the slime spitters dealt with. Oh yeah, it's just, I remember having a terrible time doing this in my Let's Play, you know, with the elephant being like this in the middle rows. Bit strange. Ooh, now I guess this one's another, like, big eye. Oh, well, I'm dead. I mean, it's just a different style of gameplay, you know? Like, just the Flash games layouts are asking you to do different sort of puzzles, you know? So still very fun. Gets a lot easier, you know? Yeah, I hated the black critters, you know, for a while, you know. That was the main reason I think I never got very far in Twin Shot as a kid, was because of those guys being so annoying. Alright, now I'm pretty sure this is actually an original, like, bonus layout recreated from the Flash game. I think it is. I seem to remember something like this. The one thing I will say that's kind of lame is just if you're falling down, you don't accelerate like you did in the original game. So that means it's a lot tougher to get coins and that are falling infinitely. Just such weird level design in some of these. Like, look at this. A big, narrow pathway that you gotta try and get through like a maze. Ah. Stupid mouth. I think though the remake levels use the thief enemy types a lot more. Like here in the original, they didn't seem to use them as much. Well, here, that'll give the thief a lot of coins to get. This feels a bit wonky. You know, especially the stupid thief enemies. You know, they seem to be gliding a lot more. I don't remember them gliding so much in the original. Alright, another eye. They really loved eye designs for these levels to a, like, comical amount. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. You know, I bet that's why a lot of people, like, chose to work at Rockstar, you know, just so they could get a chance to see the next Grand Theft Auto and what it would be like. I guess I would love working at Nitrome too, but, you know, do I really want to move to the UK just to work for them. I mean, I would if they would hire me, but I doubt they'd want a ruddy Yankee working for them, you know? They'd much probably prefer proper Englishmen. And also probably they wouldn't want to bankroll my finances or anything for going queer over there. Oh really, they can catch arrows even if they're angled from the love arrow. Okay. Yeah, I call it the trademark Nitrome difficulty spike. You know, even with this game, it had it in the remade Hades levels. Like, some of those were just way too hard, in my opinion. You know, and so I was getting quite a bit frustrated with them. Oh. Well, how about that? Lucky enough to get a bubble shield for him. And maybe they didn't want to have as many throwing enemies just because, like, they knew there were several levels here in the original layout that had it. I don't know. Oh, Nitrome doesn't really do sponsorships, though I guess kind of fun behind the scenes fact. I'll stop as I take a drink. I did actually email John and ask him for a free copy of this game, Twin Shot Deluxe, so I could stream it early and stuff, but he said no. So that's a bit unfortunate. He did at least give me access to the media, like, files for promotion for Twin Shot Deluxe, so that's how I was able to have such a high resolution version of the Twin Shot Deluxe logo in these thumbnails for these streams, is thanks to that. So it's not too bad. I guess if I had probably 5,000 subscribers instead of just 500 some, they would have been more than likely to say yes. But, oh well. Yeah, these are the original layouts. As far as I know, they're, like, totally accurate to how they were in 2009's Flash original. Of course, if you want to compare, shameless self-promotion, you can always watch the Let's Play I did of the original 2009 Flash version. But they seem to be identical from what I can remember. So that's why they're there, warts and all. Though they did, for a lot of the remade levels are basically like done from scratch, but there are some similar mechanics in some of them. Yeah, so I mean, if you ever want to see me get a sponsorship, feel free to like watch the video as much as possible and tell everyone you know in your life to subscribe to me, your friends, your family, everyone, so that one day maybe I can be prestigious enough to get a Nitrome sponsorship of my own. Alright, and now we arrive at level 50. Very easy if you got the flight maneuver. But it's just so strange, you know, that they didn't actually have a final boss in the original Twin Shot, you know? That's one thing I really appreciate in the remake, is they added a boss fight here to level 50. But it's just really strange that they didn't originally, when so many other Nitrome games have them. And I noticed though that it seems like a bug where like these end of level pack screens are totally silent. I don't think it's supposed to be like that. Alright, what else can I afford? I got 10,886 coins just from the other level pack. Alright, yeah, I'll definitely have enough to get everything. Well, since we're going to Olympus, I guess I'll be the new, like, whatever it's called, Greek toga party cat. Alright. Once again, though, a conspicuous absence here where there was originally a sign in the Twin Shot 2. I do like, though, that they call them like heaven and hell, so that you can at least distinguish them from the remade Olympus and Hades. Oh, and I noticed the side borders are unique too. They didn't just copy and paste the same one. But here, I guess, it's not quite accurate to the original game, because here you're able to listen to the new, like, track that was made for the game. Well, the original one just reused Twin Shot 1's theme. Ah, yeah, get a nice double shot. These levels, though, from the original Flash seem generally quicker to complete compared to the remade ones. I don't know if maybe it's just because I have practice with the gameplay, you know, from doing all the remade levels so they seem easier now. That might be part of it. Yeah, I mean, I just think Nitrome's so lucky that they managed to have a really talented Lee Nicklin compositions for their game, and then they got Dave Cohen to do compositions, who's even more talented in my opinion. No shade to Lee Nicklin's music, because it's all really excellent. Or maybe, you know what? It's probably because I'm getting more power-ups now, because I have the cheats. Maybe that's why these levels are seeming easier. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a single bad, or not a bad Nitrome game, a Nitrome game that has bad music to it. Like, I think all of it is, like, top tier, you know, even if the gameplay is absolutely abysmal in a certain game. Still absolutely excellent music for it. Like, see, there's never a level in the remade level pack that's like this, you know, where you gotta just climb up, and then that's the challenge of the level. Yeah, this one I love to just like fall infinitely and just spam arrows to try and complete it. Oh, you actually fall slower if you're small. Huh. Well, that's a cool detail. I guess it makes sense. Like, less gravity pulling you down. So how about that? Small actually makes a difference. Ah. Yeah, I love playing Leap Day, but I don't really ever listen to the music, unfortunately. I'm sure it's excellent, like all Nitrome games are excellent, but I just don't want to hear it, you know? I want to just wear headphones or whatever, because yes, I have an Android phone, which means I can still properly have a 3.5mm headphone jack. Don't need to use wireless, but I just don't like really doing that. I prefer silence when I'm doing games on the phone. I'm slowly but surely working through all the massive backlog of Leap Day levels. I started like 6 months ago re-downloading the game, and now I'm on, I think, some point in April 2018. So making decent progress, but there's just so many levels to get through in that. Did that other blue slime, just fall off the edge and despawn because there weren't any platforms for it to spawn on? Huh. I don't think I knew that about the enemies. I'd say, though, the power-up frequency being like this after the extras are unlocked is far superior to how it was initially. So that's my pro gamer tip for anyone getting the game, is unlock the power-up frequency upgrades right away. You know? Huh. It seems like the getting hit from the extra heart is silent for some reason. That's probably a bug too. Oh, Roamer, my by far most favorite Nitrome game is Frostbite. That's by far my favorite. I love Frostbite so much. You can kinda go in the order of my Let's Plays of what I've done on Nitrome games to see like some of my favorites. However, that isn't always accurate. Like, I don't know why I did Mallet Mania of all games when I did. Like, that's just a weird choice. Why did I do that over so many other far superior Nitrome games? I don't know. And MCFPapa was, I think, the first one I ever recorded. And, like, I was the least proud of it because I barely even talked, since it's a rhythm game. A really fun rhythm game, but just you can't really talk much during it. And then, turns out, Let's Play MCFPapa is by far my most viewed and recommended series of any of the Nitrome games. But anyway, yes, I was right. They did have the mutated black guys in the original Heaven levels. So I guess they really did think it would fit better to have them like as extra things like specific to hell, but it's just a bit strange. Yeah, with regards to you talking about the glitch to see the Leap Day boss levels, I very much doubt they'll do anything to support Leap Day again. I think they're only gonna do like one major update to Super Leap Day yet, and then they'll probably stop supporting it too. Which, I mean, it's just disappointing they didn't do anything, you know, for Leap Day, because in just a few weeks from now, I'm just realizing it's this close, Leap Day will turn 10 years old with 10 years worth of levels to play. And so you would think that would be an occasion to do something, but unfortunately it's not. Though, I mean, at least on Discord, you know, Matt has kinda not so subtly hinted that Super Leap Day will be coming to other platforms in the future. So I will be very happy when that day comes, because I would love to play Super Leap Day, but I can't because it requires a stupid Apple Arcade subscription. And not only do I not have an Apple Arcade subscription or a device that is modern enough to run it from Apple, but also just morally, I don't like stupid subscription services for games at all. And hey, how about this? The blue slime guys were actually used here in the Olympus levels in the original Twin Shot. Yeah, come to think of it though, they didn't use them in the remade Olympus levels or the Hades levels. You see what the problem is? But, like, they didn't use them in the Olympus or Hades levels that were remade. And so they saved them for Atlantis, which makes sense, but then they only did them in one Atlantis level, so I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, the only Apple thing I still have is my old original iPad 1, which literally the only thing I really play on it is Icebreaker: A Viking Voyage, because I still have that installed on it. You know, the only problem being a fan of Nitrome on Android is that Android seems to be very malicious towards Nitrome, and they aren't able to do whatever stupid thing Google wants them to do to allow them to continue having their games on the store. So sadly it seems like the Nitrome library will get delisted eventually in the future. Ah. Well, somehow I managed to kill both of them at once there. And then I drop a slime right on my head. Yeah, but that's so stupid, you know, that it has to be updated. I guess it's supposed to be, oh, it's unsecure. But I mean, like, if the game programming hasn't changed at all, what harm is there in allowing it to still be on the store? You know, the only reason I can see, like, delisting older games is if they, like, no longer work on modern, like, Android operating systems. Oh, I don't think I ever pointed it out yet in these streams, but I do love the background of Olympus, you know, with it being like a cat version of Atlas holding up the world. That's quite clever, you know, and that's why I think it wasn't actually intended to be Olympus, really, or heaven. It was just meant more to be a new land in the original game. Okay. All right. Ooh, first cloud level. Seems like, though, the dark creatures are a lot more persistent with their clouds compared to how they were originally. Okay. Kinda hectic there at the start. Oh. I was just about to say, oh, I can be nice and casual and get through stuff safely now. And then I intentionally run into a thing. Alright. There. Could even blow them up some. I don't know if I needed the third heart. Or if bomb arrows would have been better. Oh well. Oh well, at least, you know, if there's an enemy type I feel was, like, underutilized in the original Flash game versions, at least here, you know, there's both the original and the remake, so even if it's underutilized in one, it kind of complements the other version. Except, of course, for the new Atlantis enemies and mechanics, which only get the one, like, set of levels to them. But overall, I think the Atlantis stuff, they gave each enemy a proper amount. Okay, now here's this level, which is basically identical to the remade version. Huh. Still just as annoying, though. That's the one level where becoming big is like no good at all. Okay. It's just so hard to predict where they'll actually jump in a level like this. Hey, managed to get lucky. Even got the precious treasure chest. Gotta get all the coins. Alright, well, halfway through heaven, so I think that's a good point to switch skins up. I'll be Tiger. Huh. So the level select... Oh, no, I'm on the original. Okay. I spoke too soon. I was just about to say, oh, I guess all the original levels are unlocked already. They aren't. I was just looking the wrong place. Ha! Ambush. Yeah, the screen wrapping seems a bit wonky, though. Like, going top down, like, it seems a bit jittery. Which, I mean, maybe that's how it always was. These little orange guys just love walking all over the place. Okay. Oh, here, it's a big arrow. You know? Like, why didn't they do that sort of symbol level design for the remake stuff? They really didn't. You know? I guess maybe they thought it was too uncreative, but I think it looks quite cool. Oh, yeah. Gotta deal with this guy spawning so many of them. Oh, yeah, and then get in the little hole. Strange design choice. I don't really get, though, how the gems spawn. It just seems like sometimes when you stick your arrow somewhere, it'll randomly spawn a gem. I will say though, the pixel art in this game is just gorgeous. Even just the little blue rose or whatever, you know, swaying slightly on the platform. You know, it all just looks so good. Oh, I asked you this question yesterday, but I'm not sure if you heard me or if I missed your response, but should I stream the Silly Sausage collection when it comes out? Would you be interested in watching a live stream of that? Or would you be fine if I just did a let's play of it at some point down the road? Ha! Just managed to bunch all them up. And that was super easy to defeat them. But I guess this was intended to be the tutorial for those enemies where you gotta stun all of them. Okay. Yeah, bomb arrows makes things a lot easier. Kinda feels like a missed opportunity though that bomb arrows don't explode on impact. You know? Like, you would think hitting the wall would make them explode, but they just kind of stand here. Okay. Ah. No, unfortunately, like, I mean, in my school, like my elementary school, I was the one who introduced people to Nitrome. They loved Final Ninja. That was a big game people played, but it was just one in a series of Flash games. Like, my class played, like, when we were supposed to be in the computer lab doing our schoolwork or whatever. And I don't think any of them ever were as lifelong of Nitrome fans as I was. You know? Like, honestly, I'd be shocked if any of them even still remember Nitrome. I haven't really kept in touch with my elementary school classmates at all. If any of you ever somehow manage to watch this, feel free to reach out and connect, whether it's about Nitrome or other stuff. But I've always been a lot more hardcore of Nitrome than any of my peers. Even in like middle school and high school, you know, like Flash games were kind of falling out of style then. But even if they were playing Flash games, it was Fireboy and Water Girl, or Mini Clips Commando, or Commando 2, or I forget if it was Commando or Commando 2, but one of those ones, you know. Unfortunately, Nitrome seems to have been kind of niche to a lot of people. Except not in China, I guess, surprisingly, according to how well Twin Shot Deluxe has sold over in China. I never would have imagined it, but I guess that sort of style just caught on and became popular. Hey, even here in the heaven levels that were original, they still had a big blue guy. Ah. Oh, the screen wrap got me. Ah. Okay. Oh. There's a whole giant second section, huh? Well, I guess that worked. Kinda. Yeah, I suppose you could kinda say it's a sort of religion, being a super supporter of one of these like game developers. Alright. You know, but see this creative level design, you know, where the shield guy's going back and forth, so you gotta pause and then wait to get into him and fire at his back, you know? Not that the remade levels weren't creative in their own right, it's just weird how it's like totally different approaches, but I suppose that just comes with time, you know? Like, something the Nitrome developers thought was a cool idea in 2009, they probably don't think is cool in this day and age. Oh, see? Now, there, the super speed messed me up, because I wanted to just turn around, but I couldn't. But then there's also questionable level design like this, the guy who's specifically designed to only charge you if he can see you, and then you spawn on a platform away from him where you can easily just shoot him. Yeah, I figured people would do that. I mean, they've ripped OSTs, you know, from all the other major Nitrome games, you know, which I like. You know, I like the Nitrome HD music channel for having that sort of thing. But you'd think, since this time they're actually trying to get some money off the soundtrack, people would be considerate enough to not just upload it right away, just the soundtrack. But, oh well. Can't really stop them, I guess. Ah. Oh, these guys definitely are mutators. Yeah. I could brag and say, oh, I remembered that from the original Flash game. But no, I just predicted that based on the obvious, like, deceptively simple stuff. Ah. See, it's like just trying to catch up to him, you know, or at least... Oh, that would have been it. Okay, I got one at least. Oh, come on. After all that effort. Oh, I actually managed to hit the guy even though he was, like, still in the process of transforming. Well, I have no idea how the guy missed me there. Huh. Okay. There we go. It's just unfortunate, you know, some people will just quit bait and do anything they want. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some stupid AI stuff about Nitrome somewhere, even though Nitrome have repeatedly said they're firmly against AI. But people don't care. Alright, this level was far easier than the reimagined, remade version of that same concept. Oh yeah, now this level, it's just a matter of waiting and getting up to do one single enemy quite funny. You know? Like, is it 10 out of 10 game design? No. Especially for something so late, but it just gives it a lot of charm. Like this, the smiley and frowny face level, you know? Plus it makes the level a whole lot more memorable too. You know, just having something like this. Weird. You know? There's a level in the original Hell version, I remember, that got the Nitrome logo in it, and so they made a level where it just says Nitrome on it. You know, that's gives it a lot of charm and memorability. Yeah, I mean, maybe AI will usher in a new era of, like, creativity by forcing, like, actual humans to get super creative and talented with their stuff. But I worry with AI that a lot of it will just be people get super lazy, even more lazier than they already are, and it won't help anything. And it'll just be that people don't want to do as much work themselves. Uh-oh. Okay, good. Huh. I do think, though, probably, like, the movie industry of being in Hollywood, like, it's gonna go totally kaput. You know, when any Joe Schmo can just use AI to edit and render some movie they made just from a prompt, you know, what's gonna be the rate of return for Hollywood movies that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make? And I mean, it just makes me kind of sad, you know, that there just won't be any, like, new major human generated stuff like that. Or if there is, it'll be something really niche and indie. And that, you know, I'm trying to think of a good comparison. I guess it's like how, you know, everything has to be cost cut at some point, you know, make more money, and then it never goes back to the way it was. You know, like the even just shrinkflation, you know, they cut the size of packages to avoid jacking up the price, and then they will eventually jack up the price anyway, inevitably, and then you're stuck with the smaller sized package and you'll never get the larger one ever again. To get personal, my dad loves growing dahlia flowers, and it used to be dahlias bulbs were commonly sold 3 in a package, and then it was 2 in a package, and now it's just 1 in the package most often. Just an end of an era never to return sort of thing. That's how I feel about AI, you know? And it's gonna just put a lot of people out of work. at least to get paid for art. I'm sure, you know, the artists will still create art for the love of doing it, but it won't be very profitable anymore to do that. Oh yeah, this stupid level. Yeah, such wonky design. Oh yeah, that's how you get in it, I think. You gotta like jump at an weird angle. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like we're in an era of, like, corporate greed culture that knows no limit. And yeah, maybe, I know it's, some of it's nostalgia, you know, like, you only remember the good times and not the bad, but yeah, I'd say, like, the era of time just before COVID happened, you know, was like a really solid time for humanity. At least it seemed. But, like, I think just, like, COVID and all that went along with it just made everything worse because companies realized they could get super greedy and exploit tragedy for pure profit, and people would still pay for whatever they were selling. I mean, I hope it's just a phase, you know, and eventually something will change and then things will get better again. It's just like a sine wave of ups and downs. Yeah, by the way, this is not very good level design. This is the first of the classic levels I've been playing that I would say is just objectively bad design. You know, doing a leap of faith here where you can't see the bottom, and then you gotta dodge the enemies to not get hit. See, like, how was I supposed to do anything for it? So, you know what? Can I do it from here? Alright. Just for this level, I'm jacking up the life counter. Yeah, I think at least in America, since COVID, there has definitely been a cultural shift where it's a lot more like greedy, you know, screw you, I've got mine, you can fend for yourself. And, like, there just doesn't seem to be a lot to be happy for in the world, you know? Like, Artemis 2, that was a huge event, you know? Finally, humanity sending people to orbit the moon again for the first time in decades. And it's just a footnote where, like, people just see it and be like, huh, that's kind of cool. or maybe they even watch it on TV. But it's just not like a glorious achievement in humanity to manage to successfully go and orbit the moon anymore. It's just kind of a, oh, that's kind of cool, but I'm still depressed. Oh, now I'll turn the hearts back down again. But yeah, doing that level with 2 hearts, no. Huh. Yeah. Seems like, I guess, under rare circumstances, the black guys can just get stuck falling infinitely in these levels. You know, it's just, there's no room for happiness or extra effort in society anymore, you know? Like, companies gotta be as bland as possible. If they did something good in the past, well, they can't do that anymore. They've gotta just deliver something that cuts costs and is serviceable, but not really good, you know? You know, like, even, like, in television and that, like, it's just fairly weak what there is to offer, and just isn't as captivating as it once was. Yeah, I think COVID, though, like, totally screwed up social dynamics, and I don't know that it'll ever really be fixed properly to what it once was, you know? Especially, like, at least I was a young adult when COVID happened. Like, I don't know how, like, the younger kids are really gonna deal with, like, the repercussions of that, you know? But even just in general, like, no one seems to want to hang out or do anything in person nearly as often as they did earlier. I mean, this boss is basically the same, even in original difficulty. It's just the screen's slightly smaller for it. But yeah, even just like going to the grocery store or something. Like, back in the day, I know it might sound kind of old of me, but just back in the day, like, people would talk to each other, even just casually ask them about, oh, do you know where such and such is? Or they would talk to a clerk for it. But now, no, it's keep to themselves as much as possible. You know, like, I try to fight against the urge to do that. Like, even in the drive-thru like, I say please and thank you when I'm getting an order. You know, that might be silly, but it's just some sort of connection. You know, and at least nowadays, like, just even being a drive-thru worker, it does actually, like, justify someone showing them gratitude for being an actual person willing to take the order, because now there's a stupid AI on the drive-thru, and I absolutely despise the AI at the drive-thru. Might go on a bit of a rant if I do say too much, but like, I literally went to Wendy's a couple weeks ago. I ordered the double stack biggie bag, and the AI said to me, the double stack biggie bag is not available on our menu. Did you mean the double stack biggie bag? And it's like, oh my goodness. Alright, well, that's good. I just hope it lasts, you know? Like, even I just find myself feeling a lot more... What's the word? Is it misanthropic when you don't really want to interact with people as much? You know, I'm trying to fight it, but I just feel a lot more that way than I did when I was a kid. And when I was a kid, I was taught all about, you know, stranger danger, don't talk to strangers, and that. Oh well, rant over. Now we're going to hell. If you watch the first stream I did not have a very good time with the Hades remade levels, so I'm hoping the original hell levels are better and more enjoyable. Well, I died on the first one. And anyway, I chose this skin because obviously it's quite fitting to have here. Oh. You can jump up to get hit, just like the original, or the remade version of the hell levels. You know? I mean, there were like 3 or 4 levels in the remade Hades that had this sort of puzzles involving the spike creatures and burning them, but I feel like there were more in the original, if I'm remembering correctly. Seriously? Huh. One little black creature, and that's it. Very strange. Oh yeah, here it's more of a puzzle to try and get him to jump up, because you can't really, well, I guess you could fly to him if you had flight. Alright. So far, so good. then something like this, you know, you gotta just run and hope for the best. For hitting the enemies. And I don't remember, but were the fire guys 2 hits in the original, or is that a change they made for this? Because it really feels like they take more than what I remember. But again, it's been a few years since I played, so I could just be misremembering. I will say though, like, despite the world being so depressing, it does feel really good to have, you know, games like what Nitrome does that are just pure fun. You know, if they ever do sell DLC for any of their games, it'll be just because they love the game and love how much people support the game and want to see it succeed even more. It won't be out of corporate greed or anything. You know, like, see, case in point, Twin Shot Deluxe. If they wanted to, they probably could have just had the remade levels and then sold these original levels as side DLC you gotta pay for extra. But they didn't. They just wanted to include it all in the main thing. But yeah, I think they were originally one-hit kill enemies. Because I really doubt they originally would have wanted to have 6 enemies like this in a single level if they were like 2 hits back then. That seems insane. And speaking of insane, trying to dodge these stupid guys is pretty insane. Especially because of the fire trails they leave behind. That went right through the enemy. Did you see that? The arrow went right through him. Ran right into it. Yeah, that's probably the good strategy for it. Just gotta not let the enemies come. Oh! They can even jump through the floor, even though they shouldn't. That should be illegal for them to do that. Or no, I guess, the blue guy, or the black guys, and of course these guys, which are variants, can also jump through the blue blocks. Ah. Yeah, I think that is the strategy, thank you, but seems to be a bit luck dependent still. seems like, though, they don't know really how to move down here. I don't know. Hitboxes just seem a bit wonky on them. Okay, well, you know what? I will go to 3 hearts. Until I beat the level. As it seems even trying to go here, it's not enough. Sheesh. I'm just doing this to save myself some potential frustration, because if I'm trying to do all 50 hell levels yet this live stream, I'm gonna need to remain quite positive. Oh, is that how they worked? Yeah, it's just too much, I think, them being... on fire and taking 2 hits yet. Yeah, it's clearly not how they were meant to behave. You know, you focus on the ones that are on your level, and then one jumps from clipping through the floor. Again, the arrow went right through the guy. I don't think they have immunity, do they? You know, I'm surprised they didn't use the dogs more, though, in the hell levels, because, like, isn't Cerberus part of the underworld in Greek mythology? Oh, these guys. Notably easier if you got flight to just jump right over them. Well, if you don't run right into it, of course. Yeah. I think, though, even in the original hell levels, there were a lot more mutated black guys in the hell ones than they were in the regular ones. Oh. Huh. Okay. if I remember right, these guys that, like, let you fall through the platforms were actually in another Nitrome game. I think Jack Frost, if I can remember right. Oh, I didn't get much there. Oh yeah, this one! This was a really fun level. I wonder why they didn't do something similar in the remade version, because it's like a little shooting gallery where you gotta just stand. I guess because there's not really much challenge to it. Like, you're in literally no danger of dying in this level. But it's still very fun and very creative. You know? Oh yeah, this one you gotta watch out, because there's barely any room to stand. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know, maybe they could have done something like have it be where like half of the level's the shooting gallery, but the other half is like has enemies to watch out for, so you gotta both dodge enemies and still try to shoot the guy onto the lava. Well, actually, yeah, that's easier. Uh-oh. They've breached containment. Oh, great. Well, at least he jumped into a thing. Okay, at least the really annoying enemies are dealt with. Yeah, the fire guys are a lot easier to deal with there. And I did the level so fast, I didn't even point out that it was a cool skull shape, but it was. Alright, now the pitchfork guys, they made these very annoying in the remade level designs. So we'll just have to see how they are here in the original. Yeah, I really don't see the point of having the giant, you know? I guess it's just a funny little thing. Doesn't seem to even last very long. Oh, really? I didn't know that about YouTube on mobile, because I've never really watched YouTube on my phone screen. You know, I'm fine watching YouTube on my Switch. Like, I watched so many retro game Let's Plays, you know, on YouTube. I just love doing that, watching some of those videos before I go to bed. It's probably not very good on my eyes, like staring in the dark screen, like being in a dark room and then having bright screen right close to my eyes, but I enjoy it. I will say though, in these original levels, there isn't very much of a difficulty curve. It's just kinda, maybe the level will be easy maybe it'll be hard. Flip a coin, but that's it. It's not really much of a progression. Ha! The guy's jumping infinitely down. Oh, I saved him by my arrow. Wasn't that nice of me? Oh, this one! I remember I hated this level so much when I was doing my Flash game Let's Play, because you just gotta shoot the slimes when they've bounced upwards. Either that or get down lower and then risk being hit. Ah. Yes, this is the first Nitrome Classic, which is why it's so special. So they've already confirmed a Silly Sausage collection and a Skywire collection, and there's rumors of maybe a Bad Ice Cream collection too. But like the Silly Sausage collection isn't gonna really do much of enhancements. It's a collection of one of their Flash games, and then two mobile games they did also in the Silly Sausage series. That's a good alliteration, I guess. Silly Sausage series. But it's more basic and bare bones. That one, though, is pretty much almost done, they've said, so that should be coming out maybe in a month or so, depending on when the stupid platforms take to do the quality assurance, which is so unbelievably dumb that they even take any time to do quality assurance and make developers wait like 2 to 4 weeks to even publish their games. Especially because, have you seen the Nintendo Switch eShop? It is full of absolute garbage that just gets constantly pumped out, but that has the go-ahead from Nintendo, so they clearly don't care about quality at all. So I even take any time to look and see. You know, they should just let everything on, because they clearly don't care. But anyway, so, man, I can't believe I nailed that level first try. That's one of the toughest ones, I think, because of its size. Well, how about that? But anyway, so the Silly Sausage collection's coming out. I might live stream it, I might not. I'll definitely live stream any other Nitrome Classics that come out in the future, though, because what I'm planning on doing is doing like live streams of them around when they come out, and then doing separate Let's Plays of them like a year or two down the road, where if they have updated or added any expansions or DLC or anything to them, which they might for some of them, I'm not sure. Just depends on the game, I think. Like here with Twin Shot Deluxe, do you really need any more Like, would I like a new world yet besides? Absolutely, but do I need it? No. But, anyway, the other one that's coming out is Skywire Collection, which I love Skywire so much, so I'm really excited to see that. However, they're also working on a game for Switch 2 called Mousework, which is like all about utilizing the Switch 2's mouse feature. And it looks kind of fun. I mean, if I ever get a Switch 2, I'll probably pick it up. But, the team that is also doing the Skywire remake is doing Mousework first, so gotta wait probably several months till whenever Mousework is managed to release, and then they'll finally move on to do the Skywire collection. Yeah, I really don't know what they were thinking with doing Silly Sausage. Like, Twin Shot is a really good choice for one of the early Nitrome Classics because it's just jam-packed with content. You know, there's a ton of levels and variety in the game for people to enjoy, and it's definitely something that's very easy to do and add more. Like, with how they remade the levels and that. But Silly Sausage, no. I guess maybe they just did it because it was easy, but I mean, if it was easy, I would have rather had one of their other mobile games ported over. Hint, hint, Icebreaker, A Viking Voyage. Hint, hint. Huh. Alright. I'm going the 3 hearts for this level 2. I mean, it's only fair, right? If the fire enemies take an extra hit compared to how they used to, I should be able to take an extra hit. Which, I mean, in fairness, then, therefore, I should be, actually 4 hearts here. Oh! How about that? Avoiding the jaws of death by simply getting lucky with a shield power-up and a rogue arrow. Man. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure why the heck they didn't make the game in Unity, you know, something that's easy to understand and port over. But even if they couldn't do Icebreaker now, they could at least do something like maybe an enhanced version of Colorblind. You know, that already had a mobile Unity port, or Rust Bucket, which is another solid mobile game, but they didn't. Instead they go with Silly Sausage, which, I mean, outside of the innuendo, which is kind of funny, I mean, how much is there really to peel with silly sausage. You know? Funny seeing just the basic orange enemies here of all places, right in hell. Alright. Again, like, the level has 2 towers to it. You know, just very cool to see in terms of level design. And I probably should have looked to see that, oh, there's all these guys up here. And done something about it. But now, see, look at this. Like, what the heck am I meant to do here? Especially when they take multiple hits. That's the first big argument for bad level design here in hell. Aha! Well, that's what you do. Just get a bubble shield. Get lucky. That's how you beat that level. Now here, I guess, kinda cool puzzle, you know, being like you gotta dodge the pitchfork guys, but then jump up in just the narrow gaps where there aren't blue blocks. You know? Hey, the bomb balls were actually in the original. Well, if you watch my playthrough yesterday, I legit forgot these guys even existed as enemies in the original. You know, I guess they just aren't very memorable, or maybe they don't show up very often in this game. Or in the original, I should say. You know, I could switch to a different skin, but I really like the demon cat skin. That's a cool one. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Huh. And that is something kind of funny, though, how Nitrome will reuse some stuff sometimes. I don't think, though, there was any major beta content here. Oh yeah, here there's just like random bombs just here. But it's just going through the little orange guys, so it's really not much of a tough level. Huh. Hey, get some more of the blue guys. I guess they're kinda based off the Magic Koopas from Super Mario. I'm surprised though that of all the things from the original to bring back in the remade levels, they actually kept a fair few block puzzles, you know, where it's just push the blocks. Huh. Even more fire guys. Oh, I shouldn't have gone for it. Oh. One lingering bit of fire, and it was enough to do me in. It's funny though that, again, my arrow went through the fire guy. I don't think it was flashing invulnerability, was it? Am I crazy? Are you seeing this too? Again. Like, maybe they have invulnerability, but just is glitched to not display properly? That might be it. Oh. Huh. Ran right into the guy. Aw. You know, maybe it's because they gave him 2 hits when they weren't programmed for it originally, so they don't have proper invincibility frames. I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe they didn't use these droplet slime guys because they just aren't very interesting as enemies. They're just kind of basic. Okay. And also, I guess it just becomes kind of a waiting game for them to randomly spawn on a square close to you. Because they don't seem to actually be programmed to follow your movements. Alright. Huh. Well, just past the 4-hour mark of recording, I guess. Man. Oh, the boomerang guys were in the original Twin Shot 2 as well. Another enemy I kind of forgot even existed. doesn't seem though like there's very many glass levels, you know? Like in the remade version of Hell, there were a ton of breakable glass levels, but so far, just aren't very many of them. And they use a lot of these guys for some reason. Ah, huh. Okay. Now, just strategy. Yeah, I think probably that's why Nitrome have been pushing so hard for people to give them a lot of positive reviews, because if they get a lot of positive reviews, then in the Steam algorithm, it's a lot more likely to recommend a game to people. But to be honest, like, as great as Steam is as a storefront, I don't think it's very good at recommending new games to people. I mean, it's better than, like, the Switch storefront, which does basically nothing to do that, but it still isn't very good about it, if you ask me. Ah, man. At the very least, though, with this, it has shown that there is still quite a large core Nitrome fan base who will even support him now, all these years later. So as long as they do enough to really, I guess, keep the core original fans happy and wanting more of the classics, then they'll hopefully still sell decently. Especially though, if they do Bad Ice Cream and Nitrome Must Die and stuff like that. You know, super popular entries. But just like this level, you know, you just gotta spam arrows to keep the guy going along the conveyor belt until he can fall in the lava, or the, whatever, I guess, hot embers or something. Yeah, I mean, multiplayer, I really don't care about, because there's no one really who would want to play Twin Shot Deluxe multiplayer with me. I've heard that the Steam Remote Play really depends on how good of an internet connection you have. I mean, if there's ever a time when you're interested in maybe playing with me, either one of you, I'd be more than happy to try out the Steam Remote Play with you, but I don't know if it works very well. Okay. Second level involving these bomb balls. Okay. Now to just get the little slime guy. Online multiplayer would be very cool too, but I think it's like a very tough thing to even set up. At least set up properly so that it works all the time. But maybe someday, like if the Nitrome Classics are successful enough, they can justify something like that. Level editor, I think, would be amazing, especially on Skywire. Like, how cool would a level editor on Skywire be, you know, with all the different track types and layouts you could make? All the different enemies to go along with it. Ha! Last minute managed to shoot him and successfully beat the level. Oh. Huh. I will say the helmet enemies don't really fit in too well. Whoa! Look at this guy. Huh. I got him glitching a bit. Oh. Oh. The stupid fan blade blowing your arrow makes it so you can't do it. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that is kind of weird that there weren't any jellyfish in the stuff. That seems like a very common, like, enemy. And hey, it's the Nitrome level. You know, so cool to get. These guys, though, seem fairly easy to actually avoid. You know, I feel like they were tougher in the original Flash game, but here they aren't too bad. Oh, how rude. Yeah, you're right, there isn't any lightning. Well, that's really weird, because they had the lightning capability. It's programmed in the game, because in the remade Hades levels there was lightning. Okay. Got the cloud. Ha! Oh! Of course they jump. Huh. I feel like that's a glitch though, and they were meant to jump more than they do. Like, the other guy was supposed to also jump in a cloud. Now see, this level's significantly harder because there's no lightning. Like, if there was lightning, it would be so easy to just drop it down on all these flame guys. But oh well. I'm not sure. I guess, is this meant to be like a helmet? Maybe? Oh yeah, this. You gotta like build yourself a ladder up and then fire to get all of them down. Oh, come on. Really? Okay, I guess that'll work on the other side. Oh yeah, I guess it is. Huh. Though some of their shape designs were a bit more abstract than others. And I mean, there are also some moments where it's like, did they think this level through quite right? Like, that seems absurdly simple. Like, did they not notice that exploit? But then again, in some of the remake levels, they also have something like that that's like absurdly simple. Like the cheese. Ah. And then there's this, which is just, yeah, let's spam as many enemies as we possibly can. That's good game design. Ah. Oh, of course, the clouds have to reset, so therefore they can just jump in all of them. Ah. Now this would be a good level for a bomb arrow. Ah. Yeah, you pretty much have to get the cloud. Okay. Well, I appreciate you still keeping the stream open so that precious watch time for the YouTube algorithm still goes up. It's just annoying because you shoot the black guys out of their cloud, but that doesn't actually hurt them. You gotta actually shoot them again to then hit them. Okay, I'm gonna go to 3 hearts for this level. I kinda hate how close the delete save data spot is on the menu to the extra hearts part. I'm probably not gonna mess up, but it does make me nervous. Ah, boy. Huh, who needs clouds when you got wings? Well, had wings. I guess the angel cats are just in training, you know, so that's why they can't use their wings all the time. It is kind of silly. Oh, but man, now this level would have been a lot easier if it did have lightning like it's supposed to, because it's supposed to be storm clouds that shoot lightning down at enemies and can kill them. So super easy way to deal with them. But no. Man. It's just so hard to actually shoot him because you gotta be on the ground. And then it's just so easy to get hit from him. I mean, this isn't really my fault. It's the stupid, because the game has a glitch in it right now that I'm sure will be patched out at some point, but it's not now. Doing it live. Alright, well, since you're here now, Roamer, would you be around to watch, a live stream of Hitman again, if I were to do one? Because it's another campaign and stuff. I have very little hope of actually getting a key this time to give away, because it's just so... they've gotten stingier and stingier with it, to the point where I'm considering not even bothering to do it at all. But if you'll be around to watch me play some Hitman, probably next weekend at some time, I will do it. Ugh. So annoying. Okay. Finally, I managed to do that. Alright, are you, like, available today for several hours or whatever? Because I could do it today yet. But of course I do a separate live stream. Oh yeah, this one! Yeah, I remember this being, like, infuriatingly difficult. You gotta just, like, take care of the shield guys right away, or else they become a problem. Alright, well, if you were available, would Saturday or Sunday be a better day than next weekend for it? And now this level, it's just basically gotta get good timing. Because it's super difficult to actually hit them. But hey, I managed to do it somewhat decently well. Alright. Ooh. Almost pierced clear through there. Aw, oh, come on. Hey, I managed to get him then. Alright, well, I'll set it for Sunday. If you can't make it, it's no real hard feelings. Oh yeah. That's a strategy. Yeah, I notice in the remake version of these levels, you know, they have a lot of times where you need to walk through the glass here, but they really didn't do that very much in this old one just then. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm very glad I didn't turn off the 3 hearts for a level like this. And I gotta be careful about hitting myself, because that'll make you jump out of the cloud. And again, this is another one where you really can't even, like, aim properly. It's just you gotta spam, spam, spam. Because they're just gonna be relentless. And then you fall out of your cloud and can't hope to get another one. And sometimes if you knock them out of a cloud, they'll just jump in another one too. Seems like, though, they don't handle the screen wrapping as much as they did in the remake levels, but that makes no sense, of course, because surely it's the same exact AI programmed for all versions. Oh man, so close to the end. Huh. Yet so far. Really? Just had to hit me on the way down. And then sometimes they can actually body block me by, like, an arrow would have perfectly gone onto a guy in the ground, but it hits the one in the air, so then it doesn't do anything. I mean, just the fact that, like, for most of these levels, I've been able to do them pretty easily without 3 hearts. You know, just goes to show that, like, they did have good design even back in the original Flash game days. Kind of funny how they seem to be able to kind of almost form patterns with their flight in the clouds. I bet, though, this would probably be significantly easier with multiple people playing, because then at least the enemies would only target you half the time. Oh boy. Alright, just the one more. There we go. Hoo-wee. Boy. Now, I had a terrible time with the final boss yesterday. Even though I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same as the original version of it. Okay. Spam, 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 spam. Sorry if the relentless button pressing really shows up in the recording. Okay. Aw. Yeah, that fireball attack is just so tough to actually dodge. Very strange. And meanwhile, the one shot in the air is very easy to dodge. Oh, that would have been perfect if I hadn't turned around like an idiot at the last moment. Ah. Eventually, the guy will make the platforms fall and reset, I'm pretty sure. Oh well. Yeah, I did it a lot better that time. Anyway, gateway sealed for good. Yay, the divine lowlands are safe once more, and no one will ever go to hell again. Well, anyway, so I got 11,684 coins more than what I needed. I mean, it wasn't very hard. I will show off fart mode, I guess, now at the end. Let's be the fish. And I just want to see, I want to play some of the random stuff to see if maybe the extra levels from Twin Shot 2 are in here. But anyway, this is fart mode. Just all your arrows make a farting sound, and when you jump, it makes a fart. You know, I can definitely, though, see myself coming back to this game a lot, like, in the future, you know, just playing a bunch of random levels just casually while I'm watching other stuff, you know? Oh. No, you didn't. Oh, there are the extra levels in here yet. Okay, well that's cool. See, this is a level exclusive to randomized mode. Now, I don't get why. Like, that would be cool to actually see in, like, the... just on the level select. Oh well, I guess they maybe weren't too proud of these. I don't know. I've honestly never really touched the extra levels very much. I'm not sure what the odds are either of them spawning, because that might be kind of annoying if they take a while to spawn. I think though, I don't think it's gotta be like a pair. I think it's just a coincidence that like two level aesthetics are spawning at the same time here. Oh well. I think that's enough. Here, I'll be the pink one for the last bit to check. Yeah, the deluxe levels seem to be only the remastered ones. So I wish there was like a randomize all mode where you could just constantly swap between literally any level in the game. You know? But oh well, there's a ton of content to this game. To anyone watching in the future, it is absolutely worth your money to get, and I highly recommend the game. It's really worth it. Like, pretty much everything I had hoped would be included in this game is. The only thing I wish it had was some Steam achievements. I think that would be pretty cool. Oh well. Yeah. I'm just kinda done, you know. I've only been going at it for over 4.5 hours. So I'm gonna end the live stream there. Thanks to you two for sticking around and watching so much. Feel free to check out and watch the first part if you haven't seen all of it all the way through. I'll do my usual like and subscribe if you want. Exit. Yeah, I agree. It just needs a slight bit of bug fixing and it'll be perfect. Feel free to check out my live stream of Hitman, which will be happening next Sunday. Just for me to have someone to talk to, even if I don't really do anything Nitrome or Mystery Case Files related in it. But anyway, I'm gonna end the stream there. I really appreciate you two. Hopefully, maybe some point in the future I get a whole bunch of subscribers who love watching my live streams. But anyway, that'll do it for this video. Like and subscribe if you want, even though you've obviously already liked and subscribed, I'm sure. Goodbye. Thanks for tuning in.